Robotics. We're down outside of Baltimore, Maryland today, looking at the ant weight fights. These are mostly 3D printed robots. They have a 1 pound weight limit, and that was our first fight there. As you saw, the spinner disintegrated on one robot. They got stuck in the corner for a little bit, and they ran out the timer. So our next robots are just now getting ready to go in, and we'll get ready with our next fight. Thank you guys for joining me today. My name is Mike Ratsky, and it is in fact my birthday today, so happy birthday to me. Thank you guys for joining in.
What's your box saying? Want me to keep going?
Sure, go ahead.
Alright. nice enough to make it easy on us. Yeah.
Hey, welcome in guys. So that was our second fight here at Macro Robotics. We're doing 3D printed robots today in the ant weight, which is 1 pound weight limit.
Adieu.
Slenderman, thank you so much for the biddies. Appreciate you. Thank you for stopping by today. I hope you guys are having a good Saturday. This is how I decided to spend my birthday, and so far I am thoroughly impressed and enjoying myself.
Going fight 13 now.
Oh, do I push a button? Yep.
Yeah.
There you go. Robot. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wait. Oh, that's not going well. Yeah. the other vertical spinners. But I didn't know if I could self-right, so...
It's good that you can self-right, especially with a damaged arm.
So there's our third fight here from MACRO Robotics in the ant weight division. These are 1 pound 3D printed robots if you're just joining us. And we are at unallocated space down in Maryland outside of Baltimore. And we have a couple of hours of fights to get through today, so I appreciate you guys coming out. My name is Mike Bratson, and we do science and science-related things here on this channel. Everything from robotics to animatronics, 3D printing, 3D modeling, and custom parts. So I appreciate you guys coming out today and hanging out with me as we watch some of these parts fly. Alright guys, here we go for our next fight.
seconds. Another good thing is getting toward those leftover motor parts. See the little wires, plastic strand, holding one piece. And the same cluster of magnets. 1 minute. He's trying to just break that little part loose. Upside down. Seconds. You went over it. One count. How did you get down? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That was an impressive next show there from our next two contestants. We've got one robot in decently good condition and one destroyed. As you guys saw, the vertical spinner came off that robot completely.
Pull it out.
It's missing a motor, and there are parts in the far corner of the arena
Both
there.
trying to reach in with live bots. That's why you wait.
Welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for joining me today. We are down at MACRO outside of Baltimore, Maryland, at unallocated space, which is a maker space on the south side of the city. And we are here with MACRO Robotics, which is Maryland Area Combat Robotics, doing their ant-weight division competition today. These are 3D printed 1 pound weight limit robots. But as you can see, even the smaller bots can dish out quite a bit of hurt. Yeah, Tris, this is basically the small version of Robot Wars or any of the other shows from around the world that have been done in the last 2 decades. I grew up myself on the Robot Wars out of Vegas, but I have seen the shows from around the world. Here we go, guys. We've got our next fight. We've got a vertical drum spinner on our left, and then to our right, we have a vertical, more of a saw blade on an arm style robot. through the body here, guys.
Yeah, it's right on the battery.
The vertical drum spinner is currently being chewed apart by the saw blade on an arm. It is losing some pieces all over the arena, and its O-ring wheels are slowly being demolished. Every time that blade comes down, even though it's 3D printed, that blade is spinning so fast that it heats up and starts cutting through the 3D printed robot. There we go, guys. So there's the first saw blade bot that we've seen today. Not our first vertical drum spinner, but an impressive showing from the saw blade on an arm, cutting through wheels and frame of the other robot, and getting dangerously close to some important stuff like LiPo batteries and other electronics. Looks like we're trading out a couple of judges, so we've got some new blood in the judging chairs. This is an all-ages event, so we have the next couple of drivers here are actually younger than you might expect.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Push your button.
Ready? Right, here we go.
5, 4,
3, 2, 1.
I think that's a knockout, folks. That is our first completely demolished robot of the day.
Hey, get a good picture of that.
Knockout.
Yeah, just a vent channel.
Hey, Lars, don't go too far.
All right, here we go, guys. Blue team is ready. The red team is ready.
I'm ready.
Blue team is ready. Here we go.
That was a chaos, so that's...
Looks like we've got a vertical drum spinner to our left, and over here in the red box we have a horizontal spinner.
Let's see if I can pull out some spears and get this back together.
Okay, both teams ready? 4, 3, 2, 1, fight!
Alright guys, so what just happened is the horizontal spinner's robot has lost a wire to its weapon motor and has tapped out. No sense in getting your robot destroyed if it's not going to work, and you have minutes left in the fight to get more damage to it. So that is another knockout due to unfortunate circumstances for the horizontal spinner robot. Bad luck there. And congrats to the vertical drum bot, whose front armor actually held up remarkably well. Welcome in, guys. If you're just joining us, we are down at Unallocated Space, which is a makerspace south side of Baltimore. We are here with MACRO Robotics today, doing combat robotics. So these are the ant weight division. So they are a 1 pound weight limit, and they're mostly 3D printed. So we just finished up another round. We had a horizontal bar spinner that tapped out due to a wire coming unconnected from their motor, their weapon motor. So we're quickly swapping out to our next match here. We've got a couple of hours of matches to go. Appreciate you guys hanging out with me here today for my birthday.
What's your bot name?
Alright, so it looks like our next setup here to the right is going to be a vertical hammer pickaxe. And over on the blue side, it looks like another vertical drum spinner.
Press the buttons again. Press the wrong button. Can you push the button? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Just like it, guys. Vertical drum spinner is still moving. The vertical hammer is not, and is being counted out.
5, 4, 3.
More interference. Oh boy.
Yeah, I flipped it. You guys see that?
And the vertical drum spinner is currently stopping the countdown, trying to flip over the other robot. And he taps out. All right, here we go for our next fight, guys. On the red side, we have a horizontal bar spinner, and on the blue side, we have another vertical drum spinner.
What's the name of your bot?
As I mentioned before, this is an all-ages event, so our next two competitors, or at least the one on red side, is actually younger than you guys might expect.
That's flying Java. Okay, ready? 5,
but is throwing out a lot of pieces all over. Oh, and taps out. All right, there goes the entire horizontal drum spinner across the arena.
Alright, I'm gonna pull them out. I'm gonna pull them out.
And in comes the broom to clean up our mess. Hey, welcome in 1-inch heroes. Thank you so much for stopping by today. We are down here at MACRO Robotics at Unallocated Space, which is a makerspace on the south side of Baltimore, Maryland. Appreciate you coming in, and thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Captain is going to exercise his one push for this event. He's going to push his match versus Coffin Nail to a later point in the bracket. So we're going to try to swap over to our next fight here, guys. thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate you being here. As one of my longest supporters and good friends, biddies are never an obligation. I do appreciate the support out here to help me do what I do. Thank you so much for being here to help me celebrate my birthday. Ferg, welcome in. Thank you so much for stopping by today. Thank you for the birthday wishes. We are hanging out here at MACRO Robotics at unallocated space, a maker space on the south side of Baltimore, Maryland. And so far we've seen several robots completely obliterated and some that have run out the clock. Thank you so much for joining in today. We are trying to figure out which robots are up next. Somebody utilized their push to push their match a little bit later, and there's some confusion going on who's next. It looks like we're close to getting started with our next match here. Welcome in, Ferg, though. I hope you're having a great Saturday, and I appreciate you spending some of it with me here. Welcome back, Tris. Thank you so much for the shout out for Ferg. Alright guys, here we go. Looks like we're gonna get right back into our fight with Captain and Pumping Now. Here we go. So the Captain is a vertical drum spinner, and over here on the red side we have a horizontal bar spinner.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Good job. Up the speed. There you go. Don't worry about it. That's arm back there. There you go.
Hey, there goes the wheel off, Captain. There we go, there we go. Now we got parts flying.
Go get him right now. There you go. There you go. There you go.
Captain getting thrown around the box a little bit here.
Chewing him up. What full damage? Go get him. All damage points right now. Come on. Break it with the ring.
Alright, here we go.
Run away. Stole him. There you go.
Captain getting slowly chewed to pieces over here.
There you go. Keep on it. Keep on it. There you go. Keep going. Don't worry about it. Right side up, upside down. All you gotta do is left to right. There you go. Your right side up. Go for it. Keep on it.
In the background, you guys can hear Ty McNear, actually, from our channel, to the channel, MACRO Robotics.
Don't worry about it. Right there you go. Good. Keep on it. Now you're higher. Hit it wherever you feel up.
go. Now we're back upright.
There you go. Keep the weapon. There you go. Good hit. Keep the weapon on. Keep the weapon. Keep the weapon. Keep it on. There you go. Square. There you go. Beautiful.
What you guys can hear in the background is interference is actually just the horizontal bar spinners and vertical spinners' speed.
Whenever you exchange, it goes against your weapon. So play with the weapon. 1 minute. You got it. You got it. You got it. Keep going. Don't worry about it. You got this.
There's a big hit. The horizontal bar spinner is now missing a piece of its bar, but that's not really a big deal as it spins so fast. It's a little out of balance, but as long as they can get that into Captain and not into the wall like that, there we go, there we go. We're going to keep chewing Captain apart a little bit. Looks like the horizontal spinner's bar weapon motor has been fried.
Tap out, you can let him hit you again. Not gonna tap. You done tapping or? Tap
10 seconds anyway.
All right,
And a great showing there from both robots here today. Captain missing several pieces, including an entire wheel. And the horizontal bar spinner that is still here in the arena is really only missing 1 or 2 chunks out of the main spinner here. This is going to be an interesting fight.
4, 3, 2, 1.
thank you so much for resubscribing. Thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate you being here today, spending part of your day with us down here at MACRO Robotics, and for supporting the stream. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for resubscribing. I appreciate you being here and spending part of your time with us here today at MACRO Robotics. We are at a makerspace on the south side of Baltimore called Unallocated Space. And we are going to be live streaming some of their event today as we're hanging out with them and seeing some of the 49 different robots that are here. Folks, we get parts bouncing all over the arena. Don't know if you can hear them. And we now have a pin, and the robot is attempting to cut through the other one.
Release.
Anticipate this fight going to full distance, but the saw blade arm robot is making a lot of tough cuts in the top of the other robot. You guys probably can't see it on camera, but the black robot is actually an undercutter. So what that means is that it has arms spinning underneath it for any robot that can get underneath or, close to the edge. It looks like it's either spinning too fast to see or most of the tips have been broken off at this point. Congratulations to both bots for making the full time limit of the match.
At one point I realized, oh crap, my weapon's gone, but if I hit the thing,
Thank you for the audio command. Thank you for telling me I'm muted. Guys, we are going to drop into our first Fairy Fight Division fight here today. These are very similar to the previous robots we've been seeing, where they are mostly 3D printed. The main difference is that instead of 1 pound, these robots have a 150 gram limit. So they are much, much smaller and have a lot less armor around all of their intricate pieces. So we have what appears to be a vertical drum spinner over on blue, and a vertical bar spinner in red.
Red side, are you ready? No. Blue side, are you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fight!
Looks like both robots are having a little bit of trouble here, guys. The vertical bar spinner's entire upright bar has fallen down, and the vertical drum spinner is having a little bit of issues with their drive motors. But it looks like they knocked it back into place. Vertical drum spinner is currently slowly dismantling the vertical bar spinner. And as you probably saw sparks flying, one of the other differences between the fairy weight and ant weight is that fairy weights are allowed small metal components as their active weapon system. Vertical bar spinner appears to be trying to run out the clock here. It did a good bit of damage before it got destroyed, so while it's still in driving condition, they're going to try and run out the clock. Division fight for this morning, this afternoon I should say. Both robots taking a little bit of damage. The vertical bar spinner clearly coming off a little bit worse as its tower has sheared off and is laying sideways. guys, we have our next ferryweight fight here. Getting started. We have in the blues corner is going to be the yellow bot.
Renaissance Overflow.
Yes, Renaissance Overflow over in the blue corner there. A horizontal spinner. And over here on red, it looks like we've got a flipper. So these are 150 gram weight limit robots, mostly 3D printed, but they are allowed some metal for their active weapon systems.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fight!
See some major damage already. The black flipper bot has already basically broken in half here. And has just lost both of its wheels. Are we... Renaissance over there is not showing signs of moving either. Simultaneous destruction, but the flipper bot has tapped out, giving yellow or I should say giving blue side the win there.
Red team are both ready. Here we go.
All right, here we go, guys.
3, 2, 1, fight!
The vertical drum spinner taking a decisive attack lead in this match. Horizontal drum spinner getting stuck on its side, which if the vertical drum spinner decides to leave it there would almost get it counted out. The horizontal drum spinners, or the horizontal spinner's bar is bent to the point where it will no longer spin. It is stuck on its own frame. Vertical drum spinner going full speed there. It looks like horizontal bar taps out, probably in fear of the insane amount of noise coming out of the vertical drum spinner, which is just danger mode. Alright, here we go with our next fairy fight. Match up looks like a wedge bond over here on red side and a horizontal spinner over on blue.
Alright, tap in when you're ready, drivers.
If you guys are just joining us, my name is MACRO Combat and stream Wednesday nights and Saturdays. This is not our normal events, but awesome anyway. So these are fairy weight division robots. They are 150 gram weight limit and mostly 3D printed. Wedgebot getting stuck on the arena for a moment there. Manages to free itself before horizontal spinner takes advantage. Horizontal spinner just bouncing around the arena here.
1 minute. Ish.
Looks like the horizontal spinner robot's weapon has gone down. So this may turn into a game of chase for the next minute or so left in the match. the match there on our next ferry weight division fight. Hitting the full time limit of 3 minutes.
Are we on the full combat dance now, or for the pork chop? Because that's round one. What are we doing? I don't know what happened. Combat dance?
Alright guys, we have a new division actually opening up here. This is going to be the first fight for full combat ant weight. So these robots are mostly 3D printed to an extent to save money, but these are anything goes robots. So you guys will see a lot more metal on these. The vertical drum spinner over here on red has a completely metal with replaceable tips vertical drum, and the flipper over on blue side is all metal with metal front spikes to help keep the damage off of the 3D printed shielding. So we should be able to see plenty of sparks flying and plenty of parts go flying here. Just waiting for the judges to go ahead here so that both drivers can hit the button. And red is ready. Blue is ready.
Drivers are ready. Judges ready. 5.
Let's see the sparks fly here with our first full combat ant division fight. And we've lost a wheel already in the arena, getting thrown around by the vertical drum spinner. RSV, thank you so much for stopping by today. Thank you for hanging out with us. Thank you so much. Sparks flying as the vertical drum spinner. Oh! As the lifter suplexes the vertical drum spinner robot right over its head. And there goes the lifter of the lifting bot. It is still mobile, so it can stay in as long as it would like. The vertical drum spinner doing some serious damage to this other robot today. Vertical lifting bot shooting across the arena at the driver of the vertical drum bot. Appears to be some part of the drive system for the vertical spinner, which would count both robots out of having an active weapon system. Hearing some chatter that might actually be the wiring for the drive motor of the vertical drum bot hanging out there out its front. And yes, both the positive and negative leads for the vertical drum spinner robot are hanging out the front, although it does appear still to be active.
30 seconds.
Both robots here getting stuck.
10, 9, 8,
and the end of the match approaching.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So there is the end of our first full combat ant weight division fight. Again, these robots are mostly 3D printed just because most of the competitors are already 3D printing robots. But these robots, any material goes. As you can see, the carbide-toothed vertical drum spinner over here on red, and the metal lifting robot over in blue being removed from the arena now.
It's a feature.
Janie, Flip, and Sue, thank you so much for the raid coming in. Thank you for bringing your community over here today to celebrate my birthday here with us. First time chat. Brandon Meyer, thank you so much for the first time chat. Vintage Sogal, welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat as well. Guys, thank you so much for dropping by today. Brandon Meyer, thank you for the follow. Guys, we are down here at MACRO Robotics, which is holding an event at Unallocated Space, a makerspace on the south side of Baltimore. We just got done with our first full combat ant weight division robots. Welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for your first time chats. Janie, welcome in. Yeah, Janie, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for coming by. Guys, if you are not following Janie, I would really appreciate it if you do so. Let's see if the shout out machine is working today. There we go, guys. Twitch.tv/Janie Flip and Sue. Best name on all of Twitch, as they say. She is an artist in the cup makings, making resin cups. Cannot wait for my own cup to come in, which will be in next week, which I will gladly show off to you guys on the stream. But we are currently looking at the arena for combat robotics through MACRO, Maryland Area Combat Robotics, and they are getting ready for the next fight. We've seen plenty of robots destroyed today, and some that ran out the clock. So I appreciate you guys coming by and hanging out with us and spending some time watching some robot parts fly across the arena. So if you guys are just joining us, I'll give you a quick rundown again. We are looking at our smallest robots, our ferry weight division, which is 150-gram robots, mostly 3D printed, although they are allowed some metal for their active weapon system just because the robots are so small. And then we have the next step up from there is ant weight, which is 1 pound weight limit and entirely 3D printed from the robot itself to the weapon system. And then we have full combat ant weight, which is again 1 pound weight limit, but any material goes. And in that last fight, we saw I believe a copper or brass vertical drum spinner with replaceable carbide bits as the teeth on that drum spinner. And we're going into our second fight here. You alright? Yeah, we're good. So we're going to get into our second fight here for full combat ant. As you can see, there are metal chassis and quite a bit of metal components here. Actually, interestingly enough, the robot on the left is also a walking robot, which gives it an increased weight limit due to the complexity of the drive system. The white robot is not running on wheels. It is actually walking forwards with a complex gearing system and feet instead. On the red corner here on the right, we also have an aluminum framed horizontal spinner. And here we go. Drivers are both tagged in. We're going to start the fight here. Parts are flying across the arena. The white robot, the shuffler, has just destroyed its own front bumper, which has pulled its feet off of the ground and made locomotion very hard. The horizontal spinner is now chewing through its rear end when it gets the chance to hit it. And the shufflebot has tapped out. Coup de grace itself hitting its own front bumper there and absolutely demolishing it. bending it in a good 2 inches or 3 inches there.
There was a limiter, but I guess it didn't want to work today.
I also might.
Cajun, welcome in. Thank you so much for stopping by and dropping into chat with us. And Mex, thank you so much for the first time chat. Super cool. We'll get to do audio to BattleBots event for Battle. It's still one of my favorite gigs over the years. Absolutely. I actually am planning my own trip to Vegas to see some family this year, and they have said they're going to take us over to see the BattleBots arena on weekend fights, which are not televised but include most of the same robots. So I'm very excited for that. It looks like we have our next full combat Antweight division fight here getting ready. Over on blue we have a vertical drum spinner with some interesting metal teeth wrapped around it. And over here on the red side, I believe that, I don't remember the exact name, I believe this is Tetrix or Vex Robotics parts, it looks like, for a vertical drum spinner. Almost mostly aluminum frame. Looks like a chain drive vertical belt spinner with some weights.
Let's have a good fight.
Mike from Space, welcome in. Thank you so much for stopping by and hanging out with us. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes.
R-E-P-M-E-N-T, repent. And then in the red square, spin to win.
Spin to win? Hang on, I'm fixing the
And
timer.
if you guys didn't hear that, we have the vertical drum spinner is called Spin to Win. Parts already bouncing off the ceiling as the fight starts. 2 vertical drum spinners going at it face to face. Throwing a few sparks there. There's a robot going flying. Whoa! More parts coming off of the front shielding of the blue side vertical spinner. As the 2 robots chase each other around the arena here, looking to get that perfect hit in. Bouncing their vertical spinners off of each other there in the near corner, and the robot hitting the roof of the arena and bouncing several more pieces across the fighting space here. Both robots looking in bad shape. That looks like the red... Yes, the red side, red robot looks like it's able to drive, but is completely bent to pieces, and it no longer has a weapon system. Oh, and there goes the rest of the weapon system for the vertical drum spinner from the red corner. And with no active weapon system and the wheels off the ground, they are going to get counted out here any second. And red has tapped out just as the countdown begins. That is going to be a knockout for blue.
No, yeah, you did.
Oh wow, we got stuck.
Surprised my weapon, like,
Akumu, welcome in. Thank you so much for stopping by on this Saturday. We are celebrating my birthday down here at Unallocated Space, a maker space on the south side of Baltimore, Maryland. We are getting ready for our next fight here as we work through the full combat ant weight division. Thank you so much for stopping by. Gokumu, you should probably get some sleep. Thank you for the birthday wishes, Akumu. Appreciate you spending this part of your Saturday here with us. Alright, here we go, guys, with our next full combat ant weight division. So these robots are a lot more heavily armored than the ones we've seen in the last couple of matches. Almost entirely metal armor and full metal weapons, as we've seen before. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes, Janie. Thank you again so much for bringing your folks over here. Angry googly eyes are always the best on robots.
Judges, you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fight. Red side robot has been upended on its side. When it unpins, it should be able to right itself here and get free. There it is, using those flipper arms to get out of the corner and right side up. The robot getting stuck in the arena there for just a second before Red decided to do a friendly thing and free it. Vertical drum spinner appears to be knocked out even before the match started, but using that arm to punch the other robot when it gets into position. Match devolving into a pushing match with neither robot having a real active weapon other than the flippers and the drum spinner arm moving forwards.
Alright, our next competitor is getting ready to enter the arena. We have Jetlag over on blue, which is a vertical drum spinner, and Airmail over here in red, getting ready to enter the arena. Looks like a flipper bot. Again, if you guys are just joining us, these are full combat ant weights, so they are 1 pound weight limit, but anything goes in terms of materials, which is why you see metal weapons and metal flippers.
See how I can flip a ferry.
The sticker, the robot sledgehammer. So the icon in the middle is the MACRO Robotics logo, and that is actually painted on the floor of the arena.
Yep.
They do, I believe, have some stickers of it though.
Good luck.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fight!
And the wheel just completely popping right off of Airmail here from the red corner. Also, the drum spinner for Jetlag looking awfully beat up for its first match today. Side tapping out of the fight there. Airmail having lost a wheel in the beginning of the match.
Wish the wheel didn't fall off. I'd love to see that thing flip.
Once again, if you guys are just joining us, I appreciate you hanging out with us here today. My name is Mike, or Ratsky, and we are live streaming a macro event, which is Maryland Area Combat Robotics. We are down at Unallocated Space, a makerspace south of Baltimore, Maryland. and we are watching 3 different divisions of fights going on today between 49 different robots. The smallest of which is Fairy Weight, which is 150 gram weight limit and 3D printed to save weight, and they are allowed metal on their active weapon system. We saw a couple of fights of those earlier, and we have the next step up, which is Ant Weight, which is a 1 pound weight limit and entirely 3D printed from the robot itself to the weapon system. And then, as we just saw in that last fight, there is Full Combat Ant Weight, which again is 1 pound weight limit, but has metal and I should say, has materials other than 3D printing allowed, so the frame can be metal, and of course active weapon systems in most cases are metal as well. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today on my birthday as we watch some robot parts fly across the arena and some robots hit the ceiling so far, as we saw this morning. We will be here until about 3:30, 4 o'clock. We're not going to stream the entire event today. Just too many robot fights to get through. But thought we would share some of the fights and some of the carnage here at MACRO. If you guys are unfamiliar with my channel, normally on Wednesdays I do Kim for the Day. Welcome in. Thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate you hanging out with us here at MACRO Robotics for their spring event. If you guys are unfamiliar with the channel, Wednesdays I normally do 3D printing, 3D modeling, CAD work, and various other engineering things on the workbench, whatever I have parts for, including a lot of custom paintball stuff, like the turret. And on Saturdays we do a little bit of gaming, except today's my birthday, so we are streaming a Combat Robotics event instead. If you guys are not familiar, let's get some more shout outs here going. If you guys would, let's see here, if I can get this bot command to work. Let's do that and this. Guys, if you would, all these people in chat are lovely, and they do amazing work in their own way. And if you would, grab these little links I'm popping out right here and go follow Kim for the Day, 1 Inch Heroes, and Janie Flippin' Sue, who rated us a little bit ago. So we're back to regular ant weight fights now with the 3D printed robots with 3D printed weapons.
4, 3, 2, fight!
From the red corner, slowly driving out, is a vertical drum spinner, and from the blue corner, a saw blade robot. Both robots having a little bit of issues getting around the arena here. Both of them were in fights earlier this morning as well, so we're continuing the bracket. Vertical drum spinner taking a hit to that vertical saw blade of the other robot. Taking a big hit there. Casing on the vertical saw blade robot has split horizontally, dropping most of the weight of the robot directly onto the floor, making their mobility issues even worse now. Getting pushed around the arena and flipped by the vertical drum spinner. Vertical drum spinner spinning up to... Saw blade spinning up to speed there. Using its arm to pull itself across the arena. drum spinner with a giant hit, knocking the saw blade robot back into the corner a second time and up on its side. Vertical drum spinner with some great hits here. And another. Sending the saw blade robot up into the air here in the arena. Bolts now dropping out of the... Several pieces now dropping out of the vertical saw blade robot. Missing at least one motor screw laying in the arena. And there's the end of the fight. Both robots did make the full 3-minute timeline without getting counted out. But as we all just saw, probably coming down to the judge's decision of the vertical drum spinner winning that match in several different categories of points. Necrosynthetic, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you being here. We are waiting for the next set of robots to enter the arena here. If you're just joining us, we are streaming a macro event today that is Maryland Area Combat Robotics. We are currently at unallocated space, which is a makerspace on the south side of Baltimore. The next fight, I believe, has about 2 minutes for the next 2 robots to get into the arena. So we will have just a little bit of a wait here, guys. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today with my birthday and hanging out in stream. Our next 2 robots entering the arena here. Trist, thank you so much for the biddies. Always appreciated.
Well, just let me know. I'll stop.
Appreciate you guys hanging out with us here today. So this is Sweet Pea over on blue in green. And Doomba in the red corner with a horizontal spinner, and Sweet Tea with a vertical drum spinner. Small pieces being blown around the arena as Doomba completely removes the vertical drum spinner and weapon motor of Sweet Pea within the first couple of seconds of this match. Doomba getting stuck in the corner a little bit there as Sweet Pea looks to get anything done in this match, potentially to knock Doomba out completely before the time limit, or before being chewed apart completely, and Sweet Pea not stepping out results in Doomba spinning its own weapon apart and tapping out of the fight for a win for Sweet Pea unexpectedly. Both robots suffering severe damage to certain parts. Sweet Pea losing most of the structural integrity to the top of its own robot, while Doomba completely spins its weapon apart and right off of the motor hub. Very unexpected, quick end to that match. Yeah, not a very common thing in most of these matches, wine churros, for both robots to similarly lose their active weapon systems within a few seconds of each other. first competitors stepping up into the box here. I believe this is Mini VHS on blue that we saw earlier, along with the vertical hammer bot that we saw this morning as well. It looks like they've colored in their damaged sections of the green robot with a Sharpie, giving it a very distinctive look now, as both teams tag into the arena to signal that they're ready to start the fight.
Five, four, three, two, one, fight!
And that hammer going ham on the wheels of Mini VHS here as it gets stuck in the corner and pinned.
5, 4,
Mini VHS almost getting counted out there. Mini VHS taking some frontal damage. Hammer not quite working there as just gets pinned in the corner. Janie, thank you so much for the 100 biddies. I appreciate you being here today. Thank you so much for the raid again.
Sometime in the next millennium or two.
And the hammer working away on that top armor of VHS. And getting counted out for the pin over and over here. Jokes about both robots going through the crowd right now. Both robots resorting to a little bit of push and shove here with their inability to cause each other any damage.
Yeah, but I got 4.
I got 8. Oh, just go check the time, huh?
And the end of the match approaching as both robots survive with very limited damage, although VHS getting that last pin in right at the end of the match. Oh, excuse me, I did say that the damage was colored in by Sharpie. It's actually 3D printer pen holding some of this green robot together. Very interesting, stitching the robot frame back together between fights.
We do have a few 3-pounders, but they're sportsman class, which means that they're not, they don't have big active weapons. But even the plastic robots, they're all plastic weapons, they just, we've had them put, they get a weapon gives you the floor. Yeah, you'd be surprised what you could do with 1 pound. It's, you should have seen the old, like, this is newer this year.
Happy Saturday workshop. Hello, everyone. Hey, thanks, guys. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much, guys. We're between matches here at the Combat Robotics event. So, although somehow we're playing with the cat toy robot in the arena, apparently. But I don't know. There's people from both sides of the arena trying to grab it with T-Rex arms. Anyway, I thought I'd stop in and say hi. We're about to start our next match. If anybody does want to see it, we are on stream. So, bye.
Red Square, are you ready?
Oh, I gotta go.
Red Square, are you ready?
Hey guys, welcome back. We are in our next fight here.
Robo Hamstrong Red. Yeah, he is. I think it's.
Alright, we are back with our blue cat toy robot. Bar Girl, thank you so much for dropping by. Thank you for the follow. So we have a cat toy blue ball and a wedge flipping rod. So this is going to be a 3-minute shoving match between these two robots. With no real active weapons that will do any significant damage to either robot. Janie, matches are scored on three different things here. We have aggression, which is worth 5 points, damage worth another 5 points, and control of the match worth another 5 points. So these points do not have to be allocated into one robot or the other in any match. They can be, 1 to 4, 2 to 3, in addition to 1 to 5. But they are scored in those three categories: aggression, damage, and control of the match. And then each fight gets a scorecard from each of the three judges. Shadow Wolf, thank you so much for dropping by. Thanks for hanging out on this Saturday. We are currently watching effectively a cat ball versus a shoving robot battle it out in a shoving match for 3 minutes in the arena. We are currently in unallocated space, which is a maker space on the south side of Baltimore, and we are here for MACRO, Maryland Area Combat Robotics. Shadow Wolf, thank you so much for dropping into chat. Appreciate you being here hanging out with us today. For those of you who's just joining us, my name is Mike or Rasky. Normally I stream Wednesday nights and Saturdays doing 3D CAD, 3D modeling, 3D printing, small electronics, paintball, and whatever I have parts for on the workbench on Wednesdays. And then Saturday mornings we're normally doing a little bit of gaming, everything from GameCube to Xbox to VR, but we are down here at MACRO today at unallocated space outside of Baltimore, Maryland, looking at some combat robots today. So there are 49 different robots in 3 different divisions today that are competing. The smallest of which is Fairy Weight. That's 150 gram 3D printed robots that are allowed to have metal on their active weapon components. And the next step up from there is Ant Weight, which is 1 pound 3D printed robots. They are 3D printed from both the robot itself and the active weapon systems, so no metal and only certain plastics allowed. And the next step up from there is Full Combat Ant Weight, which is your normal full combat metal weapon systems and metal robots. So we've seen plenty of sparks flying today, as well as robots getting lifted 4 to 5 feet in the air up into the ceiling of this arena. And we've seen several robots get absolutely demolished. Our first or second fight this morning, I believe, was one robot got ripped in half, and several times since then we've seen entire motors and weapon systems and wheels removed from different robots. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me today. It is my birthday, and this is what I decided to do with it. Is come down here and live stream this event for you. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. I appreciate all the lurkers out there. And once again, thank you, Janie, for the raid earlier, as well as everyone that has thrown biddies and resubscribed today. thank you for the first time chat. Thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Appreciate you hanging out with us here today, and I appreciate everyone else. Thank you for the follow earlier. Necro, if you are also doing ant-weight 3D printed robots, that's awesome. If you have any pictures you'd like to share of your robots, you can do that in the Discord. We'd love to see it. There is a channel there for it. There you go. There's the link to the Discord. It's the workshop. We treat it like a virtual makerspace, so everyone is welcome. As long as you're not a butthead and you don't bleed on the tools because it makes them rust, and you put cleanup after yourself. But we would love to see some of your designs. Not sure if you're in the Baltimore area, but this is MACRO, Maryland Area Combat Robotics. Argon, welcome in. Thank you so much for dropping by and spending some time with us here on this Saturday.
We're doing winners bracket
robots
of
get
the
demolished. Argon, I believe the rules are don't be an asshole, don't bleed on tools, and clean up after yourself. So if you want to be Beavis, that, according to the rules as written, that's fine. Guys, here's our next matchup here. It looks like two vertical drum spinners entering the arena. Red indicating they're ready, blue indicating they're ready.
5, 4,
Here we go.
3, 2, 1, fight!
And robots exploding across the arena as Red absolutely demolished its 2 hits. The entire back end of the robot shattering and wiring and motors exploding all over the arena. A short, intensive fight that we are going to need to sweep up some parts for from the arena. Necro, that was an impressively fast win. The back end of Red's robot absolutely demolished in 2 hits, with quite a bit of wiring exiting the robot and spewing itself across the arena floor. And as expected, here comes the broom. Much like the Spanish Inquisition, nobody ever expects a very fast explosion of parts across the arena floor. Our next competitors entering the arena. Again, both vertical drum spinners. Red indicating they're ready. Blue is ready as well.
Judges ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, fight!
Robots lining up, missing the first attack on each other, and going weapon to weapon here. Pieces back off as well and looking for mobility. More pieces bouncing across several walls. Captain absolutely shredding the rear end of this robot. Taking a shot at the wheels. The captain will get a little more damage to the wheels to the drive system of this smart robot. Certainly improve his chances of winning by goodness. Decision. Dirty. Captain going for the pin now.
Release 9, 8, 7.
And the match ending and going to judge's decision.
3,
Captain having probably the best shot of aggressiveness and damage dealt to the other robot in this judge's decision. Necro, thank you so much for the biddies. Appreciate you coming in today, especially as you're a new viewer to the channel. Appreciate the biddies to help support what I do. Maybe I should learn to talk a little better with that money. Thank you so much for the biddies. Guys, Necro is a streamer himself. Last seen in MechWarrior 5. He would do the cult thing and go blindly follow, but also help a homie out and go check out their content. We support everyone here, streamers or not, and I would love to have you guys find your new favorite person on Twitch, because it certainly doesn't have to be me.
Shut up and take my money.
Kim for the day with a Ko-Fi donation. Thank you so much for that. Always a good time when Kim is around. On any normal stream, you can. There are plenty of sound commands in here. One of which is !Jesus, especially for Kim for the day. But guys, please go check out Kim. She is a seamstress and artist extraordinaire. And there's that link for you guys. Please go check out Kim. Always a good time to hang out in her channel. And your donation is greatly appreciated. Here we're starting the next match again. This one's going to be blue as a vertical drum spinner on an arm, and red over here with a horizontal spinner coming out swinging. Horizontal spinner getting stuck on his spinner taking almost as much damage from the robot as it's doing to itself on the arena walls. Horizontal spinner, unfortunately, appears to be unable to round the side of the drum spinner to take its wheels out. It has a little bit too much speed on the turn there. Neither robot showing any serious damage or mobility issues at this point. Drum spinner taking one quick hit, an attempted hit right into the face of that horizontal spinner there. Horizontal spinner unable to get back up to speed as it's stuck in the front shell, front white shell of the other robot. Further drum spinner taking a few more pot shots there. Not quite able to reach there. It goes right into the face of the horizontal spinner. And the end of the match approaching here as we drop into the countdown.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good fight.
And there is the end of the match. Might have to sweep the arena again here for some small pieces, but not as much damage from that fight as we could have had. Front armor of the blue corner robot just a little too strong for the horizontal spinner to get through from the red corner robot. Argon, I believe that's actually I believe that is a 3D printed ring off of the spinner of the black robot. Alright, here we go, guys, for our next fight. It looks like we have in the blue corner Boost, which is a vertical drum spinner, and in the red corner we have our repeat customer with the saw blade.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Both robots chasing each other around the arena here. Then there goes a large piece of the saw blade for the one robot. Vertical drum spinner spinning up to maximum velocity here as it tries to take out a few more pieces. Vertical drum spinner missing one of its front wedges has been flipped upside down across the back. But the saw blade robot quickly being torn to shreds here in the following seconds of the match. Both robots still able to get around the arena as they spew plastic and knock pieces flying that are already out. Potch, welcome in. Appreciate you being here and spending some of your Saturday with us as we watch some robots tear each other apart. Guys, if you would, please go follow Potch. And red taps out. Red taps out as blue goes for an extra spin, hitting the wall, doing themselves some extra damage. But red tapping out due to too much damage to their robot. Guys, if you aren't familiar with Potch, thank you for the shout out, Trist. Guys, please go follow Potch. He is an artist, podcast maker. He and his significant other Star both stream. If you would go follow them. Also, I believe both parts of the Potchcast that I dropped in on to talk to Potch and Star are both live, and you can find those links over at Potch's channel. It looks like we're going to head back into some antweight fights here next. For those of you just joining us, antweight division, ferryweight division. Ferryweight division is 150 gram robots that with mostly 3D printed to save weight, but are allowed some metal components in their active weapons system. The interesting thing about these fights is that these robots are so small, they don't have a whole lot of armor, but they are also allowed, like I said, some weapon components made out of metal. So the capacity for destruction of these robots can be actually quite a bit higher than some larger, more heavily powered robots. In the red corner, it looks like we have a horizontal bar spinner. And over in the blue corner, it appears that we're going to have another horizontal bar spinner. So the capacity for damage and flying parts in this fight could be extreme, as these robots could rip each other apart. taking a hit off the wall. Red diving in, also taking a hit off the wall. Red spinning up to speed with that dangerous sound of a spinner. Blue trying to get a hit in while red was pointed the opposite direction. Blue racing around the arena. Red doesn't look like it's moving very fast now. Red's having some mobility issues here. Blue knocking it around the arena at its own will. Judges getting ready to count out first try from the red corner. Yep, still moving. Griff, welcome in. Thank you so much for stopping by. For those of you in chat, it is also Griffinblade's birthday. If you would go drop that follow, Griff is actually building a game called War of Valana. The demo is available on Steam. The game should be out sometime this year, as far as I'm aware. But he does some of that work on stream, and it is a pretty awesome game. If you guys would like to check that out, I believe it is !WOV. There you go, guys. There is some more info on that game. As back in the arena, we have sparks flying as the horizontal bar spinner is upside down, knocking its metal bar on the floor.
9, 8, 7, 6.
First try from the red corner being counted out. Nope, the end of the match, I believe, actually. Excuse me. There is the end of the match. 3 minutes for the entire match length. Both robots surviving. It looks like some screws coming out of the blue square robot there. We can see some weapon motor screws actually coming out of the robot. And first try, the robot left here from the red square, having some mobility issues and weapon motor issues for that match. Full game is a long way off, hoping to get early access about half of the game sometime around the end of 2023. Guys, if you would drop over to Steam, go grab that demo. It's actually a couple of hours long, which is impressive by itself, but it's only the first chapter in the game that Griff is making. We've played it several times on stream ourselves and know several other people that have done that. But if you guys would, go drop over and give him some support. Griff, we are down at Unallocated Space, which is a makerspace on the south side of Baltimore, Maryland. And this is MACRO, Maryland Area Combat Robotics, which is the organization holding this event. They are sponsored by Unallocated Space, and today the parking lot is full of folding tables with parts and tools on them. We have 49 different robots here today in 3 different weight divisions. Greenberg, thank you so much for the birthday wishes. Raven Rock as well, thank you for dropping into chat today. Thank you guys for swinging by stream. I'm going to turn my microphone off for a minute. I need to run for just a quick minute, but enjoy the rest of the fights here before I get back. It looks like we have a vertical drum spinner in blue and the, I guess you call it a vertical spinner over here in red. This is the walking robot from earlier today. back with a big hit from the vertical spinner, knocking off about half of that vertical drum spinner, knocking off about half of the horizontal spinner, along with a piece of their frame out across the arena floor here. Horizontal spinner slowly working itself to pieces here as it attempts to stay mobile and not get counted out for the moment. And the drive motor for the weapon system of the horizontal spinner has completely come out again. It is slowly working itself loose. Parts flying all over the arena as vertical drum spinner hits and driving around. Yeah, pretty much. Looks like the... vertical drum spinner is stuck against the wall and has lost mobility. Wow, an absolute upset here from the arena. The horizontal spinner having been almost partially destroyed, winning out over the vertical drum spinner that got stuck and then lost its full mobility. An amazing upset here. Absolutely, Necro. Just holding on long enough, even with a broken robot, either to get through the 3-minute countdown or to see if the other robot will suffer enough damage to count itself out. Looney Steph, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you being here, spending part of your Saturday with us as we watch robots getting destroyed down here outside Baltimore, Maryland at unallocated space, a makerspace on the south side of the city. We are hanging out with MACRO today, Maryland Area Combat Robotics, as they put 49 different robots in 3 weight class divisions through the ringer. This next fight is the Hammerbot from earlier. It looks like they've swapped out to a Spike along with the Floor Sweeper Horizontal Spinner robot from earlier. Blue team indicating ready. Red team indicating ready. Countdown to begin has started. Floor sweepers getting up to speed. Both competitors, long-time competitors in the sport. And the floor sweeper starting to knock some pieces off. Not sure if the floor sweeper itself is missing, but it does. The robot does look a little unbalanced now. Mostly just spinning in place. It looks like the black robot may be down to 1 out of 2 wheels, and is mostly just spinning in place. That was the parts of the floor sweeper, horizontal spinner, laying in the arena now, removing the active weapon from the black robot completely. Robot's wedges getting stuck momentarily under the edge of the arena walls. No, the black robot is not a full body spinner. It has an undercutter, so it's a horizontal spinner underneath the front edge of the robot. The robot is just spinning itself in place because it can. It's one of the ways to keep its locomotion up so it doesn't get counted out. And also, theoretically, to spread a little bit of any potential damage around the body of the robot. And that might be it. Of the match approaching just as the robot flips over completely. That would have gotten him counted out for the inability to move at all, but it happened right at the end of the match, and the match was counted out before the robot got stuck in place. guys, here we go. Over in the red corner, we have another vertical drum spinner, and in the blue, we have a floor scraper horizontal spinner. Red has indicated ready. Blue indicated ready. Starting countdown to the match.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
All weapons are hot. Red looking like their left wheel is having some issues. Blue also having some mobility issues. It looks like their horizontal spinner having more locomotive force on their robot than the wheels themselves. Some big hits tossing both robots across the arena. Weapon on weapon. Vertical drum spinner starting to disintegrate, it looks like, a little bit. Horizontal and vertical drum spinners not really a great idea to go weapon on weapon. Armor for the black robot was holding up.
Can either of you
Both robots having some mobility issues here in the arena after that massive hit.
You're going to drive side out, and she's having trouble with the weapon scratching the floor.
The horizontal spinner rubbing on the floor, severely affecting locomotion, while the black robot does have left side wheel failure. Horizontal spinner is clearly out of balance as the robot starts bouncing on the arena floor. Time running out here for both robots to make an impression on the judges. See if they can get one or two more good hits here at all before the end of the 3-minute match. Both robots still with the horse. Oh! Horizontal spinner taking a tumble across the arena here at the end of the match being counted down. Alright guys, we are actually up against a hard stop here at 4 o'clock. I have to get back on the road, but I appreciate you guys hanging out with me here today. We are actually going to raid out to another robotics event, which is First Robotics. It is a high school level robotics event. I'm not exactly sure, I haven't kept up to date with what the game is this year, but we are going to hit up one of the Twitch streams and see what is going on. I appreciate you, appreciate you guys hanging out with me here today as we celebrate my birthday and hang out with Macro Robotics and watch some robots get destroyed. So we are going to raid over to first robotics event, Lake Superior Regional, and go see what's up with them. There are several regionals going on today. So I appreciate you guys hanging out with me, and if we go check out some more robots, they're not combat robots, but they are designed, created, and run entirely by high school students and their mentors. So if you guys would go check them out, drop a follow. Is not actually following the first Twitch streams isn't as important because they are doing many different events on several different Twitch channels. But if you guys would like to see what first is all about, I am an alumni myself and greatly enjoy hanging out with them. So I will leave you guys out with this match here, and then we will go ahead and raid. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today, and I will see you Wednesday back at the workbench. A massive hit there. Looks like the front end of the lifting mechanism for the flipper bot has completely come off while the vertical drum spinner is having some issues getting the range it needs, having the front of its robot removed here and chewed up. More pieces. Oh, and the entire weapon system of the vertical spinner comes off, and the robot is upside down, leaving him with very few options left here at this match. He has no locomotion, let alone a weapons motor, and blue taps out for this match. An impressive amount of crap laying around.